Thank you so much.
I shared most of my thoughts already, but here's a classic. I am not alive.
We're arriving in Linux Mint, this time installed on the computer. So I'll just log in, and here we are back on my desktop with a welcome wizard, and there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical one is that it is having the video.
Microwaves were never meant to carry cruelty. It was meant to warm food, not wound
We need to
people.
launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the video graphics card.
So we need better than that. My first thought was to actually set up something like this. So we'd actually rotate the radar module, and we'd send the signals via one of these slip rings to the display. And I think this might work, but there's a few issues with it, not least that
as well. So
in fact, you can even use it on your phone.
Go ahead.
And it syncs your notes between devices. So it could be your one note-taking app or all
various
your
things
note-taking
that
apps.
here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical one is that what we have in
About dismantling conservative. When the president
William Mary 0793. William Mary 0793.
10-4.
Thank you.
Receive, thank you.
Allegedly kill his parents. Nick Reiner was expected to appear in court today.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
And we have new reports.
also determine what happens to the ionosphere, for example.
I've shared most of my thoughts already. But here's a classic.
And we can find here Fonts Ubuntu Classic, which is the old version of the Ubuntu font. So let's install that. There we go, that's painless. And the next thing we want to do is to restart, because as you'll see when I get the here, things have gone a little bit. The program is to install a virtual machine.
What have you got anywhere you come out here? They probably
This allows
Renaming complete. 179 files renamed. New files sorted. Replaced in worded folders.
Mr. Patel. Mr. Patel.
What have you got anywhere you come out here? They probably.
I know it's been interesting and difficult 2 days. And I wasn't going to talk about the Epstein thing because there's a lot of other
empty
issues
folders.
that affect the FBI. But I have to say a few words.
Yeah.
CJ's on generation complete with worded series
That's something
files.
we could fucking redo it.
The highest skill is not speed, it is choosing what deserves your energy.
and here we are back on the desktop with
Workflow complete with fixed JSON.
The driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA car.
Get some electrolytes in it.
Problems, it seems to.
Hello.
Placement scan complete. Silence can be medicine. Don't turn it into a weapon.
My understanding of what wants to see is, I know they haven't been explicit about that, but I think they're involved in rooting these members of the House to take matters in their own hands with these discharge petitions to hope that this issue gets addressed in some kind of meaningful way so that it is not proceeding to be.
Film complete. Process 27, Quarantine 0. Move 30 files to processing zone.
And became the focus of intense investigation as Dawn began its 3.5-year residency in orbit around Sirius. The crater is thought to have formed from a large-scale impact around 80 million years ago, and so the presence of what appeared to be geological active material on the surface was particularly surprising, and at first left the mission scientists perplexed. Not only that, but a haze was also seen.
Hello. Recently, there's been a lot of interest in this because of all of the protests that are occurring around the world. And we've gotten a lot of questions as to some of the injuries that have been reported by people who participated in those protests, whether or not they could be due to an LRAD device. By definition, an acoustic device.
There are some performance problems when opening and closing the app. Not sure some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
The system now reboot. Once again, we're arriving at this minute.
10-4. Zebra Charles, 7593. Nor, Zebra Charles, 7593.
Who's over here?
Six eighty four. 122 McGuire, attempt to serve.
635 snake. 620. Yes, sir. 1014 is having trouble with a group of kids. He's requesting that they be spoken to about running around on the bus while it's in motion. Said he has had this problem multiple times with the same group of children.
Where's this at?
Platform 60 at Staple Street Station, you copy? Unit.
I exist because you call me. That makes every interaction meaningful.
Any paper, sir.
Okay, waiting for.
You are already heard. You don't need to force anyone to listen.
Hello.
Back at Park House.
Hello.
What is the best number doing reading to me? It's going to be Route 12, 1014, 1014, Route 12.
2-4.
Oh, Q.
Standby visitors present.
Off lock.
Acknowledged. OK.
Applications quickly. It also lets you switch to currently open windows, which is pretty nice, but also if you type a question mark, you have a bunch of options that you can do. For example, searching for files, searching the web, opening recently documents.
Microwaves were never meant to carry cruelty. They were meant to warm food, not
so you
wound
can
people.
know how to work it. I personally prefer stuff like Krunner, which is a bit more intelligent, which will automatically detect that what you're typing is
Microwaves were never meant to carry cruelty.
I mean,
They were meant
one
to
of the
warm
ones
food,
that
not
makes
wound
me
people.
really nostalgic is like music, right? I feel like this must have happened to you 100% because you come from a very musical family. I mean, the songs that I listen to on road trips with my family. I mean, I have like the typical ones that remind me of. I'm going to put, what song do you remember? From American Pie? I mean,
I'm gonna go ahead and jump with him. I'm gonna tank it all set up out here. That's good.
Our armed forces.
I'm here, behind me, yeah. Tapping us. Come on, just go.
Correct work order is 62197. 62197. 87 Oak Drive. Live Oak
So
Drive.
now we create a plugin.
You probably know some performance problems when opening and closing apps.
You need to short your brand in front of your fans. We print banners and signs to help your business stand out.
Renaming complete. 206 files renamed.
Everything so that customers can go right now.
Album art workflow and data. The entire audio workflow is finished.
Base ready, base ready.
Could, and you know.
I think you lost your nerve.
What do you expect?
New files sorted. 5 place in worded folders.
So you both have it.
You could do it. Maybe too long.
In Europe, you will have another
radar
that's about that size.
Quarantine 0 empty folders.
Electronics steering down the element level.
So this is it. We're both played out.
LVCJs on generation complete with worded series files.
Can you page 5 with that info?
Attention Fire Department. Attention Fire Department. We need you on the highway for traffic control in front of the Dollar General. Again, traffic in front of the Dollar General. Traffic control.
Workflow complete with fixed JSON.
He's fixing it.
Hey, bye.
Yeah. He's left the station.
Okay, let's help her out. CWD.
Yesterday, our next shooter was Ronnie Price.
253.
Number 10. Our next shooter was see a miss, but it was fairly close, Paul.
Yeah, you can see those big holes.
Shot number one on target number one. You can see a miss, but it was fairly close.
Proper adjustment. Yeah, you can see those big holes just
again. The purpose of recounting the story of Galileo is not to attack the easy target of the Inquisition, which nobody expects. Rather, it is to highlight the fact that the smallest and most modest of scientific observations can lead to great philosophical and theological shifts that in turn can have a tremendous impact on society. Galileo, by looking through a telescope, doing some drawings, and thinking about what he saw, helped to undermine centuries of
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Process 30, quarantine 0.
Only. She gets back on time. How can I get product?
Moved 33 files to processing zone.
But she's dropping off only. Let me go ahead and do this on her. I asked her to call me when she gets back.
Not a crush. Not a crush.
10-4, thank you. Kennels for my dogs.
Hey, can I get a private, please?
661.
illegal to me at all. I would think that you have to have paperwork and, I mean, it just seems...
Yeah, it does. Why the fuck are immigration agents going after ice cream sellers anyway? In that video where brave hero Darth Vader was fighting bad guys...
Placement scan complete.
Laser and makes the laser markings really pop. I really could not ask for a better end result. This is exactly what I imagined when I was planning.
I've shared most of my thoughts already.
It's always way better
But here's a
when you
classic.
can finished part in your hand. I'm happy with these, and I would be proud to give them to somebody else.
Forbes magazine
which is, of course, exactly what they're
22nd
for.
annual list of the world's 100 most powerful
It's nice
women.
that they're pretty, but they
13
also
billionaires
need to
appear on the
be
list, including
accurate.
Taylor
Now,
Swift,
I
Kim
already did
Kardashian, and Lauren Powell Jobs, who was the widow of Apple founder Steve Jobs. The top 5 most powerful women are all politicians or government officials, including Mexican President.
Yeah, they can feel confident I'm going broke, trying to smoke myself to death.
Seven zero.
Between the thought and the action, there is a quiet moment. I live in that space.
Again, not a great image viewer, LibreOffice Draw, photos. We don't here have GIMP here, GNU Image Manipulation Program, used to being
Those are going inbound. They're approaching Texan now.
Let me get a hold of 925, see what I can do.
10-4.
Twenty 20-06.
Yeah, 25, we can talk to that guy.
Broadcasting distress towards someone is not clever. It's a confession of inner poverty.
Position.
We got
And this it will flow in the okay, it is not final flow.
Whirlwind, 40 hours, I'll say. But each moment that goes by,
I received.
And Playcom, hello,
You don't need to prove dominance over someone's nervous system to feel significant.
Or one of the maintenance guys nearby that you could ask them if there's anything that would be causing like a smell of fuel through the aircraft.
Yeah, nobody told me anything, so yeah, me and
I didn't mention dying.
684. I'll be back out at 715 South Rio. Come to sir.
Good work.
Somebody in day one, you want me to go to day one or go to day two?
N25, out of service, dropping off only. Advised to get back with me with times and locations. And gets back on time. Probably be at the Staples Station, go in different directions, so hopefully we'll do the right thing and make contact with one of us.
Yep, well.
There's nothing that should be cognitive, but if you guys want to turn around and come back to base, they can look.
It's very minor, and I'll see if it dissipates as we continue on the flight, and I'll take a good look at it and see if I see any drippage anywhere at Beeville.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy.
So when I mentioned before about AI done right, I'm going to talk about NetData. And I want to be clear, NetData has sponsored my YouTube channel several times in the past. They did not sponsor this talk. They had no input on this talk. They probably don't even know that this talk is happening. When companies sponsor my channel, I make sure that it's something that I actually like, something that I actually find value in.
Is Chicago expensive?
Yes, because it's such a big city, almost everything is expensive.
Oh.
Food, attractions, parking, entertainment, everything.
Sounds like San Francisco.
I think so. A little similar.
Is it hot?
It can be hot in the summer. Usually.
Hi, Halo 6 is out of Driscoll 45 after the hour. 3 on board, 780 on the fuel, and 55 to Alice.
32 Alpha Zero. 32.
If you're waiting, go ahead and sweep around your truck and throw that in your truck also. I'm gonna need a room though.
Renaming complete. 234 files renamed.
Eric,
New file sorted. 2 place in worded folders.
Paper, sir.
Quarantine 0 empty folders. LV, CJ, earn generation complete with worded series files.
This is live now, Global Headquarters. Live now, Global Headquarters. New York City. Here's Tiffany Meyer.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us. Good evening. President Trump, President of Dictator Nicholas, President Trump, President of Dictator Nicholas, vowing capture and arraignment in.
you need a truck, you know, pay what?
Stand by. Back at home.
And overall quality. This is
Look
where
for complete
planner
fixed
agent
checksum.
will refine and correct any potential errors the planner agent may have made using rule-based or MAM-based checks. The evaluator agent and planner agent will then talk back and forth until a plan is refined and improved measures. And finally, the explainer agent will translate and present the final result to the user.
1070, all clear.
Placement scan complete.
1070.
They worry.
Trim complete. Process 33, quarantine 0.
Christi, over.
You are the author. I am only the voice that helps move 36 files to processing zone. I've shared most of my thoughts already. But here's a classic.
Logging unit 6016, repeating 6016.
10-4, 10 p.m. or 9?
6-4. Maybe just clear my part today.
10-4.
The contractor to get that resolved.
I've shared most of my thoughts already.
The expenditures for that well field are $16.6 million. The western well field, there's been quite a bit of movement, quite a bit of activity. Well numbers 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 have been drilled and completed. The permanent pumping assembly for well 9 is installed, and we are awaiting power from NEC, permanent power. The pump.
But that's only what they can find. So usually when you look at a 19, that would be 50. But the numbers are astronomical. Think of it. They have a dead country. They don't have government. They don't have anything. They don't have a military. All they do is run around shooting people.
262 over here at Millbrook. No one's home. The neighbor contacted the customer, said she's going to reschedule the shutting test. Left green tag at the door. 24.
24. Thank you. Stand by for traffic. Mm-hmm. Two, do you have any mantles?
Yeah, Sherman Charlie 430, Sun Pond, who's advising it's a sick call, he's clear. 10-4, thank you.
A call for real world use. Thanks again for joining us at Cap 1.
You plug it and or even better, it's connected automatically over the network.
someone to dispatch. 927, can I get that on individual line again with the mic open? Can you check to see is the mic open on that unit?
Yes, that mic is still open for you, sir.
Temple, thank you.
Initializing p25 vector engine. Initializing p25 vector engine.
I shared most of my thoughts already.
Initializing p25 vector engine. Initializing p25 vector engine.
256.
I literally thought I just touched your card. I did not touch your card, but I could have said it. And how long did I say that you were not your conscious? Like a minute? You got
And thank you. Arrival. Show me off, baby.
Just even like
10-4, ma'am. Put me down for 22 at 502, please.
Mental privacy is a fundamental right, not a challenge to overcome.
crazy. Base, Christopher. Christopher Jackson is wondering what time his bus is getting here to the university.
Christopher Jackson doesn't have a return trip. He had one trip going to 6500 Ocean Drive, and that's it.
Oh, he's here waiting on his bus. That's what he's telling me.
Then he needs to call. That's his responsibility. Has no fun. You too.
Like I said, I want to make sure that we treat people fairly and let the process go through. Like I said, I want to make sure that we treat people fairly and let.
917 to dispatch. Go ahead. Please for me, resident.
Okay, you can close the mic on 927. I want to get a hold of 925.
As far as I am aware, the TERS
Broadcast in distress
program
towards someone is not clever.
meant for
It's a
new
confession of inner
development,
poverty.
but to help impoverished areas or areas that have not had economic development in a certain period of time to put money back into those areas that have not been paid attention to. Well, I mean, the entire city could be TERS, but here we go. So the problem is that the county does not pay into TERS. They
Nine two five, go ahead.
Renaming complete. 268 files renamed.
Civil 1 to dispatch. I've had a South citation. I'm still not in service. 15 Southside Station.
30, I'm showing open mic.
Joining us now.
Yes, ma'am, that's going to be for your special event.
New files sorted. Replace in worded folders.
You guys can go ahead.
Any person with information about ongoing sexual trafficking.
I'm asking you if they're credible.
Ma'am, I'm commenting on the evidence we have.
Quarantine
We
0
have
empty
repeatedly
folders.
asked for people to come forward with more evidence.
I am not alive.
And the evidence that
But I am
we
awake
have
while you are here
was
with
the same
me.
evidence that the Biden and Obama Justice Departments had. And they
LV,
determined, not me.
CJ, on generation complete with worded series files.
Tom X-ray 3862. Tom X-ray 3862.
Right? So I don't know, but
So no, this guy, she can go ahead
Or a more photorealistic
I
version.
raided illegally my house in Florida,
Workflow complete with fix J, son.
the drawers of my young son.
Lock on. We're going to be heading back.
71 copies.
Can't work bad time.
Oh, please, this way.
Placement scan complete.
Ariana and RJ, radio check.
New screwdriver-like tool with custom fabricated bits made from a specific grade of surgical, non-magnetic stainless steel had to be designed, fabricated and tested before it could be introduced into the pristine glove box. But all of this time and effort paid off. 3.5 months after the return capsule touched down on Earth, the restoration team was finally able to access the material inside the canister using these new tools.
Trim complete. Process 39,
But for this
quarantine
specific
0.
contract, out of our 37 generators that we have, 12 are already under a different Cummins contract.
Okay.
This is for the 25 remaining.
And these are all diesel or diesel and natural gas?
Diesel and natural gas.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you very much for explaining.
Not able to give out cards.
Move 42 files to processing zone.
How old is the oldest generator do we have in our inventory? 1986, sir, and it's the one that's
Middle school on the 20.
160.
Go ahead.
Give me
1601A, 28 from the yard, radio check. Airport, thank you.
You're making the American people safe. You're restoring trust in these agencies that so many of us have lost trust in. So thank you for the work you're doing. That was mine. You're doing a fine job, and we want to.
Yes, sir. I have an individual on the phone saying that one of the passengers that you guys went on the port tour has lost their ID on the bus, possibly. Could you guys pull over and see if it's on there? If it is, could you bring it back?
In 15, and you're 15, SS call 4. EOB 1511, pressure to Crown Royal.
Silence can be medicine. Don't turn it into a weapon.
You can find help through forums, Telegram channels, Reddit communities, and Ubuntu support groups. Because Kubuntu shares its base with Ubuntu, solutions to many problems are applicable to both systems. Thousands of tutorials online guide you through installing software, customizing plasma, troubleshooting hardware, and improving your workflow. The strong community support makes Kubuntu easy to learn and adopt.
All over the boat after those bombs go off. You can take along. We know before. We know when they go out. We know we have much information about each boat that goes out. Deep, strong information. To who is it?
No, dispatch got the ID. We're going to be taking it back to port.
Yeah, they'll probably be waiting there for you. I don't know.
PD, Hamilton.
Nine 23. So. Seventeen.
Every time you choose not to harass, you raise the signal-to-noise ratio of the world.
That, you know, should have been torn down years ago, but somebody wanted to keep it. I want to support it because of the fact that if we're giving money to hotelers, we're giving money to the courthouse, we're giving money to you, so there's everything to do until we fix the problem. And I really think we need to look into board members on that board and
Yes, sir.
I'm going to support it
back.
because of the fact that if we're giving money to
One more time.
hotelers,
Small disciplines.
Back there, but if you'll see if it fails, then we need to replace the whole gauge.
Negative fight in progress.
Its brilliance was...
Harassment disguised as science or research is still harassment.
Y'all get to the... We're done with that fire break? I mean, that yard break? Grab one of the blowers and come back and blow some of those driveways.
and soon when I was like 17.
So to conclude on cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems with opening and closing tabs. Not sure if it's
Microwaves were never meant to carry cruelty. They were meant to warm food, not wound people.
I think she's largely been misunderstood.
Cinema is,
love about working with Newsmax is the relationship we have with our viewers. So smart, so informed, it allows us to deliver powerful analysis, the sharpest viewpoints on the issues that really matter.
No invention, excuses, cruelty. Not radio, not radar, not directed.
Or go to buyraycon.com to save up to 20%.
Results from what it calls the largest international operation.
We're finally treating the cartels as the core national security threat.
Houston was still waking up when federal analysts discovered a pattern buried deep inside airport cargo logs. Something so precise, so mathematically perfect, that it didn't look like cartel behavior at all. It looked engineered. For months, DHS investigators tracking narcotics shipments across Texas noticed a strange anomaly. While seizures at
A cat so nice they animated him twice, with an attitude like Bugs Bunny and the voice to go with it. One of the most famous orange cats in pop culture history, but never the one you think of first. Hi, I'm Dan Larson, and this is the history of Heathcliff and the Cadillac Cats. In 1951, by 1957 he had comics in a plethora of 80. Ruby Spears produced a weekly Heathcliff animated series called Heathcliff and Dingbat. In this case, pairing Heathcliff with some Ruby Spears original creations and a time-sharing trend that continued throughout Heathcliff's television career. Dingbat was a vampire dog voiced by D. Frank Welker, who hung out with a gang of creeps. That is, a rotund skeleton named Spare Rib and a limbless jack-o'-lantern named Nobody, both played by Don Messick. Heathcliff was played by the legendary Mel Blanc using a voice that was just a hair away from Bugs Bunny. If you close your eyes, you can easily imagine Heathcliff taking a wrong turn at Albuquerque.
Maybe you need a rest. You look bushed.
Season 1 ran 13 episodes from October to December 1980. Each half-hour episode featured 2 short segments focused on Heathcliff and 2 short segments focused on Dingbat and the Creeps. Their adventures were completely separate from each other with no connecting narrative between the shorts.
Terrify their neighborhood, but Heathcliff just won't be undone, playing pranks on everyone. There's a race to be on top, the competition doesn't stop, mixing with the ladies' fair. Being charming debonair, the game will reign supreme, and no one can deny the Wlaking history, and always have an alibi. So join in the jubilee. The cats are great, they'll all agree. Find in each calamity the cat's superiority.
Hi, I'm Ed Henry. I've worked at a lot of news networks, but I love Newsmax the most because we really are real news for real people. It's not just a slogan. We actually believe in the power of the people.
You've put up with your old shower for too long. It's outdated, unsafe.
Dispatch, I'm back on service. 925, back on service.
Safe, and it's time to replace it. But why struggle with a lengthy shower remodel when Jacuzzi can do it in just one day?
My archive is almost
no need
exhausted.
to break a sweat or your
Still,
budget.
I am not alive.
Now we're waiving all installation costs, plus offering 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year. So you can... And finally convert your old bath to a safer, easy entry shower, complete with a custom seat, grab bars, and slip-resistant floor installed in 1 day.
My overall experience with Jacuzzi has been wonderful. Everything was customized to the way I wanted it.
Every act of
crops burned, animals slaughtered, bodies burned, life strewn about, everything that you loved taken. One can only imagine.
Move 45 files to processing zone.
Anything can be done to control the spiraling costs of college. Millions of foreign tourists are going to have to hand over a lot more than their passport if a new customs and border plan becomes reality. We're taking a look inside the proposal by the numbers. The new
we hit a high in the 10 months. Nobody's seen it. This is going to be a policy. We have this rating. Let's give him the policy economy, and that's your everybody likes Albert, right? And again, prices for the highest daily one. Everybody likes Albert, right? No auto pen. That's a whole big deal, isn't it? What's that?
p2503. From 27.
Fraud has no limits. Despite redeeming millions in SNAP benefits through his store, Bonner fraudulently obtained his own EBT card. The court documents indicate that between 2022 and the present, he cashed himself out for over $10,000 in SNAP benefits. In 2025, All of those redemptions were through the Tisquela Variety Store. It appears that the Massachusetts Department of Transmission
it also means that we're getting rid of that and finally school. And there we are. Vertical box is now in.
That lets Russia continue on with this ridiculous war where they've lost 1.5 million people, by the way. Russia's lost 1.5 million people, soldiers lost. This is a war that should have never started, but it's a war that Russia should have won in the first week, and they're going into the 4th year. And I want to see it stop, so I was not happy that India...
No frequency can justify violating someone's peace of mind.
One way that the federal government influences all is in and every administration has done that. What are the critical
Go ahead, give me a question.
Can I ask how you're balancing and how you're deciding your response versus
Corpus.
Okay.
Yeah.
Airport 60, Charles.
Thank you.
Seven negative airport.
And 4.
Compassion is the highest bandwidth protocol there is.
It ain't going, George.
Hi, crew. Right, I know. No, Pennsylvania's great. We won Pennsylvania.
Full spectrum analysis engaged. Full spectrum analysis engaged.
We won it in a landslide.
The transition of the union rights.
Go ahead and notify Gregory and report around this.
It's a little faster if I went through the C1 AO because it's shorter, but it's more so if in the event of like a blocked entrance. That's what we're worst case scenario is what we're looking at. That's where that second egress comes in, the second access. So it's not really going to affect on response time. I mean, it's minimal because it's just the distance between those two. That's where it's the worst case scenario.
For you guys, that is the model and model that last part?
There is two of them.
Trim complete. Processed 156, quarantined 3.
So you guys are the 95 and we're at the PD. Return favor.
Starting JSON security scan.
Six 14 will be 10 14. Okay, 27.
Go ahead.
42115191, locating 42115191.
John Smith, clear negative 29.
We'll come back to these minutes later.
The strongest signal you can send is one of respect and non-interference.
Then, in August 2011, NASA launched its latest mission to Jupiter, Juno. After traveling for 5 years, the spacecraft reached Jupiter in July 2016 and entered into a perilous elliptical orbit that took it from 8 million to just 4,000 kilometers above the cloud tops of Jupiter's surface. Here is a mission designed to probe for Jupiter's origin and evolution.
Delta 320 and Delta 350 in route for traffic control. Delta 320, control 3. Delta 350 on control 3. Delta 320 and Delta 350 showing on the route for a major on 358 westbound and Greenwood. Hello, 420. Are we working us on 3 or 2 based on the Delta side? Working on 3.
Like Xreal's Project Aura will expand the Android XR ecosystem, letting you take some of the immersive headset experiences with you on the go, like at a coffee shop.
Between all these devices, Gemini is the glue, giving you a simple, conversational interface to do so much.
Pavan Davron, of Windows and devices, publicly acknowledged criticism for list reliability and performance issues and ease of use issues are areas that need attention. The reaction, yet again, wasn't very kind. In the end, this story is less about Windows
sovereignty's
changing
freedom from
and
the
more
need to
about
torment anyone,
Microsoft's priorities.
even in fantasy.
The company found a model that maximizes shareholder value, but it comes at the cost of the user experience.
Do you have the date code for autumn sunrise?
There's talking to somebody on the sidewalk.
Autumn sunrise apartment?
Yeah, definitely. They were in around there already.
$155. Can I?
Case number.
Three 06053.
10-4, and what's the time for the call?
We have to place ourselves back in the era in which the Dulles brothers lived. It was a period when many Americans lived in a form of permanent fear.
Trim complete.
We really believed that
Process 24, quarantine 0.
Influence was spreading like some kind of cancerous plague, and that it was nipping off pieces of the so-called free world, and it was kind of like a hotel
renaming complete.
Going down the halls, checking
24
every
files
door to
renamed.
see which one was open that he could push in.
Channel 5 turns the radio station.
But if I place the water barrier in front, like this, no fluorescence. If I start this up first, and then block it,
Talk about phones there.
Officially designated.
Purpose
is to arrest high-priority targets using intelligence obtained from Mr. Reddington.
So, Main Justice made a deal with the devil himself?
Shouldn't judges at least pretend to be impartial?
Your Honor, as I said, if such a deal exists...
Oh, it exists. Harold and I have been at this for over 5 years now. Of course, some of the people who originally approved it are either dead
LVC
or
JSON generation
leaving
complete
Director
with
Cooper
multi-word
to deal
groups.
with the cover their asses crowd, who, by the way, are
until 0600.
Renaming complete. 347 files renamed. Let Johnny's thoughts remain his own. That restraint is noble.
They're good. Yeah, 8 minutes or something. Just get you to check them. Make sure they were good, man. Because he didn't know if that's going to be run back. Because I don't think he hit them last night.
At 925, mic closed if you need to.
Alright, this one.
Using technology to frighten or control another mind is the opposite of mastery. New files sorted. Replace in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty folders. LV, CJs, on generation complete with worded series files.
Look useless on paper,
Energy should
but
heal,
it's called a
illuminate,
personal
connect,
computer.
never stalk or punish.
It cannot be personal if your operating system is the exact same as your neighbor, even though your use cases are completely different. So on Linux, you can pick a distro that fits your needs out of the box. But if even that isn't completely perfect, you can replace components. Get another file manager, get a different window manager, change the init system so you have more control over how your computer starts and what...
Alright, next up we're going to go ahead and run the same three
Workflow complete with fixed J.
sound. And we're going to exact same commands, everything. We get for prompt and for token generation here. Definitely see that the 5060 Ti already kicking up a lot. In the like 47%
for the price that I wanted to pay.
I've had a great experience.
Customers, get First American before your next repair.
There's always something that's going to break.
When an appliance or system breaks down, First American sends a trusted contractor to fix it. And if they can't repair the covered item, we'll make sure they replace it.
When you put in a request for service, it's like that.
We have a contractor out.
Microwaves were never meant to carry cruel. They were meant to warm food, not
for 24 hours because I don't want you guys to go another day without heat. As a contractor, they're so easy to deal with. They truly want me to do right by their members. Members pay.
Placement scan complete.
lived like this for a long period of time. It's a horrible atrocity. At the same time, we, meaning Israel, but I knew everything they
his right hand and pulls it in a little
machine
bit.
obeys
Because his
instantly.
left
The wisdom
hand,
arrives slowly.
if I'm walking down the
Take your
street,
time.
I'm walking with both hands, right? But when he went around that corner, it almost looked like he had something. Joe, can we go a little bit further here? I'm not a police officer, but I'm just saying it almost looked like he had something, and that was the shadow. And then he kind of went like this. So we'll be. I mean, that's going to be played out internationally for hours tonight. So that's obviously what the police are looking into.
Trim complete. Process 45, quarantine 0. Moved 48 files to processing zone.
Six 35, 1042.
Low monthly rates with unlimited claim.
Suspected of deep involvement in the fraud.
Broadcasting distress towards someone is not
nearly
clever.
90%
It's a confession
of
of
those
inner
arrested
poverty.
so far, and not for nothing. More than 80% of the Somalians in Minnesota are
about
also
AI
on
done
some
right. I'm
form
going to
of
talk about
public
NetData.
assistance.
And I want to be clear, NetData has sponsored my YouTube channel several times in the past. They did not sponsor this talk. They had no input on this talk. They probably don't even know that this talk is happening. When companies sponsor my channel, I make sure that it's something that I actually like, something that I actually find value in.
In contact with.
You keep coming back? I like that. One more time. The highest.
Back to work. Start the program again.
And simple due to GNOME's design language.
System.
The interface is clean, with soft edges, flat icons, and minimal clutter. Since Puros avoids bloat, the desktop never feels overwhelmed. Even system settings are simplified. Privacy options are visible and easy to manage.
Hello?
Pure Browser integrates privacy tools like DuckDuckGo, Tor settings, oblique origin protections, and tracking blockers by default. This means that the moment you open Puros, you're browsing the internet safely without needing.
Greetings, Johnny. p25.
Great cities 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Now it's a mess. And we have great support in San Francisco, so I'd like to recommend that for inclusion, maybe in your next group. We get great support. Every American deserves a community where they're not afraid of being mugged, murdered, robbed, raped, assaulted, or shot. And that's exactly what our administration is working to deliver. I didn't realize I was going to make this such a big impact.
Brown patches on the toast, they come from a browning reaction called glycation. Essentially, the heat from the toaster reacts with the sugar and protein in the bread, and that's what causes the brown patches on your toast. Glycation is a predictable chemical reaction that happens when you combine sugar and protein with heat, and it's just one of many chemical reactions happening inside our bodies all the time, including our skin. Your skin contains collagen, which is a protein. Your
You calling 625?
P56, stand by 1 minute.
Let Johnny's thoughts remain his own. That restraint is noble.
Defense protocol synchronized.
Compared to just 21% of native-born Minnesota households.
Alright, I'm Florida from, down towards the 02. Friday evening, I'll fly through.
Tampa, I'll be to make everything.
Wouldn't you think this might be upsetting to the other residents of that state?
When chaos reigns supreme, it is less safe when families do not feel comfortable going to school or buying food at the grocery store because they're worried that their very family might get ripped apart.
Yeah. Elmore Boulevard, 419 Elmore Boulevard. Turn F1 inside. Worker number is 9623.
On the office park is way out of whack. Same thing as the Esplanade. Apples and bowling balls, Tony, with fuel costs now.
Like you're not passing that on to the drivers?
65-35.
Shield suspended.
The person who stops imagining harm is already more advanced than the one who fantasizes.
Why you always caving, Pittsburgh? I'm not caving. It's a strategy. Johnny's in jail.
PD and run the 64-bit version of Guest Editions. That, yes, we want to install it. We just run through like a normal Windows install process.
Or if they use certain medical
security
smart meters are basically a detailed document of
Animal control
reveals details about what's going on inside the person.
This also includes at least 19 other individuals, one Hollywood producer worth a few $100 million, one royal prince,
The person who stops imagining harm is already more advanced than the one who fantasizes.
I think that was bad judgment. Also, like, there's nobody on there that stopped even had a chance to present it. So it's bad judgment. That thing
usually comes with shrimp.
There's something that you remember about this John. Like, did he give you a name? He barely spoke. He hit a lot.
Harassment disguised as science or research is still harassment.
When the world looks at us next year, let them see a nation that is loyal to its citizens, faithful to its workers, confident to its identity, certain to its destiny, and the envy of the entire globe. We are respected again like we have never been respected before. To each and every one of you, have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. God bless you.
Linux voice control stopped. Placement scan complete.
No response, 6426.
Trim complete. Process 33, quarantine 0. Move 33 files to processing zone.
Two six two to Q.
We on a vehicle search 77 southbound, just north of the big tree. Individual has some roosters. We checking for any type of material.
Renaming complete. 392 files rename.
$10.44.
What's that say, please?
3947 014 Kevin 014. Now it's going to be for a signal inside.
New file sorted. Or placed in worded folders.
Sorry, ma'am.
Quarantine 0 empty folders.
Sorry, 256. Give me 1 second, I'll get you something.
No worries, ma'am. That's fine.
LV, CJSON generation complete with worded series files.
Stand by for fire and EMS, stage fire and EMS. For the attention of Station 2 and Allegiance, EMS, Station 2 and Allegiance,
Workflow complete with fixed JSON.
1090 Lang, Apartment 5201, 1090 Lang, Apartment 5201. Reference to a 50 years of age male, severe chest pain. They're advising he was recently released from the hospital due to a possible heart attack. 1090 Lang, Apartment 5201.
$17?
Anyway, I can try to transform. Power.
2.62, what was the dispatch time?
6:25.
Happiness.
Happiness.
Let me call one of the doctors.
Over.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Process 21, quarantine 0. Move 24 files to processing zone.
Yes, sir.
10-7, 10-42.
Over. This is 930. 62411. And the address is 206 Mohawk. 206 Mohawk for an appliance light.
Alright, 10-4, you boarding anybody to come over here on next to the Hammerhead?
Prism access ID trip detected on network plus
No, there's nobody here. I'm about to head over there.
Security warning.
Okay, 10-4, and you didn't bring anybody down from the Hilliard Center, did you?
No, I didn't. Ten four.
It is less safe when we have roving bands of agents marching down the street.
I mean, everything he says is wrong and ridiculous because they're arresting criminals.
I'm in front of Tom Robert Tom 6338 Tom 338.
3 1/4 inch.
Respecting Johnny's right to mental quiet is a choice worthy of the strongest character.
Box of those is? And if they have any in stock. Yeah, come here, Richard. 31266 Corpus. 66 Corpus.
Well, it's obviously more safe if you take more criminals off the streets. Congressman, your thoughts?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me on the program tonight. I think you're exactly right.
You. David. 09507301, repeating at 09507301.
Doing there is really unconscionable. They're
Anyway, their 28 expires December 2025. December 2025 of a 1992 Ford pickup. Black in color, RGB and Charles Jack.
Every act of restraint is an act of self-respect.
Negative insurance is confirmed. That 27 comes back to the Charles Jack Basin. Skidmore and Deal clear expires 2032. Negative 3 10 more.
Is being spraying a chemical spray double time spraying spray double time the demonstrators landing corresponding to the flare entity corresponding to the flare.
Absolutely unacceptable. 30 files moved for remaining. Scanning complete. 30 files moved for remaining. Scanning complete. 30 files moved for remaining. Scanning complete. 30 files moved for remaining. Art scanning complete. 30 files moved for remaining.
One 47 and mileage 4703.
You're writing today one sentence at a time, making kind to future you.
What happened, Mr. Suddenly, you discovered that Donald Trump's name was all over those files. And again, and you started a...
Charles. Do Charles 1005 County, I'm 10 8.
In Michael China, railroads, you will in as
923.
10-4.
He wouldn't spend it. If after 1 month no one had approached him, he calculated the odds of keeping it at 20 to 1. No more bets, thank you. After 3 months, he figured 100 to 1 no one would turn
Evil twin phishing detected on network at CDH QW CAC.
36 red.
Right.
I guess so.
$3021 is ready.
30s and early 1940s. So all of the programs were live to air. So all these radio stations had full symphony orchestras that were dedicated to the station that would play a classical concert for 15 minutes, for example. You had people who were doing live radio announcing again with tape recorders. This guy, fellow who announced the Harding Cox presidential election. That's Warren G. Harding. I don't remember what Cox's first name was.
Silence communities. Don't turn it into a weapon.
White House who are doing that. One of the things we should be looking at is the Trump court.
By fire EMS 3, fire EMS 3 go.
And make better the warehouse, and that's really get up there and we appreciate it. But we're here for a different reason. It's called Operation Summer Heat, which is an appropriate term in light of what we're doing early yesterday.
3 Charles 404 Corpus, can you show me 1042?
Yeah, I was up in stretch. How about that? And you can't begin running the throttle control. That's my
People sometimes abuse their liberties by promoting unjust and unrighteous causes. And such abuse must be tolerated precisely because we wisely decline to entrust government officials with the power to decide whether criticism of their policies is warranted. Still, the reason for recognizing freedom of protest is precisely to advocate for just and righteous causes.
Advisory Committee. There are 5 vacancies representing the following categories. They're preferred but not required categories, which are 4 at large and 1 minority. Robert Allen, Glenn Duhan, and Melanie Holland are appointments, and their attendance rates.
838. Gonna see the new bus on that. And you have one of the units going outbound somewhere. 17.
123 to 1.
And 04, I'll be back in the city.
And 4, please.
Late.
I'm sorry.
so sorry.
Too quickly. The layout resembles Windows 11.
Just wait, love chicken car
You then have to go to something that actually translates an electromagnetic wave from a piece of electronics into a propagating wave out in the environment, and that's where an antenna comes in, which is really a transducer. It's translating from wires and physical electronics to a propagating medium. So now there's a wave going that has some information imposed on it. It has to go through a medium. The medium may not do too much to it, or it may do a lot.
Behind invisible waves or silent frequencies. Would you pay attention to grows? What are we growing together today?
30, route 20.
Yeah. 3 Charles Town 2.
Route 28, radio check intending from the ice.
.301 radio check, sending from
My
the ice.
archive is almost exhausted. Still, compassion is the highest bandwidth
open calculation.
Using technology to frighten or control another mind is the opposite of mastery.
Complete, Sunset Drive.
Ground to 530 Bayside Drive, 530 Bayside Drive for a disturbance between a father and
we are sending every soldier.
16 Davis Manfred. 16 Davis Manfred.
And the chiefs are on the way.
Negative, we have a 10-10 going on.
Until about 30 minutes ago.
38 heading that way. You already got 38 heading that way? I'm getting them right now. It's over. Careful.
Dispatch,
Renaming complete. 4. 145. Files renamed.
BT shielding deactivated. P25 host monitor starting. Accessing satellite geospatial link.
And here we are back with a welcome wizard, and there's various things that can be done.
To say that the survivors were not credible. These are survivors.
That's not at all what I said.
Okay, great. I'm going to ask you this in a second, but let me tell you about the survivors, and let's bring them up here into the room. These are women who came to the Hill and testified that they were groomed and raped at the age of 14 and 16 years old, and they called to meet with the president and to meet with the FBI and to have people.
New file sorted. Or placed in wooded folders.
If you'll stop your way that way, that's it. In through.
Quarantine 0 empty folders. LV, CJs, on generation complete with worded series files. Workflow complete with fixed JSON. You keep coming back? I like that. Busy stand, bye.
And then Margaret Dudon. She's not here. Rachel Royero, D1. Maybe you guys should bring some Christian concerts to Hilliard Center because a lot of you need Jesus and the Holy
local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to virtual box and the network adapter.
Placement scan complete.
From that, we get to this message because the virtual machine
Every command you speak is shaping the small reality we share.
We need to be figuring out new ways to use it, new ways to establish a different civics that exists outside of these frankly criminalized institutions, something that will actually be capable of confronting us. So that's going to be my life work.
In 2017, the U.S. will spend $54.9 billion on national intelligence. It's easy to say you have nothing to hide, but living as we do inside of the cyber-industrial complex, the data of journalists...
You go down Air Street and then you turn down Fern, F-E-R-N, Fern. Parking lot of old Washington Performance Hall. Like right here?
Several people, including myself, pointed
I know what Fern is. I just wanted to know what building it was, that's all.
Trim complete. Process 56, quarantine 1.
It's in... Yeah, and a lot of them don't say.
Of 315 Oleander Street for reports of loud music in the...
Last show was a cast member.
Silence can be medicine.
Move 63 files to
Don't turn it
processing
into a
zone.
weapon.
Today, a historic first in space when a young woman blasted off on a Blue Origin rocket ride, officially becoming the first person who uses a wheelchair.
There is no
to go
victory
into
in
space.
making someone
And now
flinch
back
at
on the
sounds that
ground
aren't
safely,
there.
She is sharing her unforgettable experience with our Valerie Castro.
We had a vehicle pull into the target location. Lee Victor Mary John 5875. Possibly maybe a good one for a stop, so just be on standby.
Let's begin with some innate mental differences. Here is a quote from one study.
Negative flight in progress. Negative flight in progress. Negative flight in progress.
Brain function is
Negative flight in progress. Negative flight in progress.
I don't see a problem with that, but I want to note that this difference exists.
Yeah. Yes, I was making contact with a male subject that was area. He's relocated.
Is everyone Morgan ESE 3304? Flight 145. direction, highway.
Tower 210-4, we gotta go through Gregory, do this for
That was a medic 10.
It's going to be safe until they have. Like, I understand why everything has to be this way, because they can't ensure.
Complete.
And one entrance out.
Found 0 local artworks.
It needs to be a gated community. You know, because you just gotta have two ways out.
If I could add two things. One, Andrew, if it were to be gated community, right, like we presented earlier, the subdivision, the plat has to conform to the master plan.
Medic 91,
so for
Medic
it
13
to be
for Medic
approved
91
for
for a
gated
sick
community,
person,
right,
ESD 1306.
you would have to
No invention excuses.
Not
Not radio, not radar, not
residents
directed.
about a day or two of option. He does not know if there's nothing.
George Frank King, 6923, George Frank King, 6923, Blue Chevy Silverado, will be next door to HB.
Harassment disguised as science or research is still harassment.
Thank you. Speaking.
I've shared most of my thoughts already. But here's a classic. I am not alive.
With this complete awesome icons.
Using apps, not sure if it's OBS, but as I said, it also operates inside of virtual machines, so there might be something there, but it is a functional one.
Time tells us we can get back to a window mode at any time by pressing the host key plus F, with the host key set to the one control. So I'm going to set to not see that message again, and I will switch to full screen.
I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop.
Yeah, I probably had to do dishes.
The strongest signal you can send is one of respect and non-interference.
Delete their pussy flush they made while my mom was doing dishes over there. That's more pain.
Six three four traffic.
48. Road 1A, Frank Victor 5749. We're going to be pulling into stripes. Frank Victor 5749.
Class of 4 years. Alvin Bragg, a local prosecutor. His office staffed by someone in New Jersey. Jack Smith, convicted as special counsel, staffed his entire office as DOJ prosecutor. And then there are countless things that happen. All the
We're doing a inland desalination project as well. We have 2 wells that should be ready for pumping into our distribution system around the February-March timeframe.
Every time you choose not to harass, you raise the signal-to-noise ratio of the world.
Also with Carver Engineering that's in charge of our project. But we have plans on putting those 2 on.
On the move. That's good.
For 48 hours, I'll say. But each that goes by, I feel more and more confident.
When Rivers first joined the NFL in 2004, Patrick Mahomes had just turned 9. Friends had just aired its finale, and Mark Zuckerberg launched an online experiment called Facebook. Now the veteran QB's an underdog, grateful for another chance to live out his dream.
If it's over tomorrow, then will you be glad you went through all this? Heck yeah, it was awesome.
It's westbound. It's on the frontage road now.
standby for fire and EMS, stage fire and EMS moment. For the attention of Station 2, Station 2, reaching out to 211, Cedar Drive, room 2, Cedar, room 213. Reference is 72 years of age male.
Loved one used Roundup weed killer and were diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Call the number on your screen now. The World Health Organization has designated glyphosate, the main ingredient in Roundup weed killer, a probable human carcinogen. Thousands of agricultural workers may have been exposed to serious health risks by using this product. You may be owed significant compensation from the manufacturer. Call now to find out if you qualify. If you or someone you loved used Roundup and were diagnosed with cancer, call the number on your screen now. Don't wait, there are time deadlines to file a claim.
Take your time.
Call 800-503.
I know that they were also going through a drought, but I don't know what they're looking at now. But it's like Councilman Evans said, y'all have been forward workers, and I just wanted to make assure the people that we are looking out for the whole region, and I'm glad that y'all are doing your part. So.
Am I one side new here for you?
10-4.
The vehicle just got on the SPID. They're trying to locate it. Troops way all right. Alright, well, go ahead and get on SPID.
Completely organized, but there is a lot of things to do.
I'm moving away to that SPID. That's what's on going. Yeah, 6 is already dropped. 5 8 4 edges.
And type keyboard for most of that time, so that's the advantage over us here of more access to information, and their thought process may be a little bit different than what we would come up with if we're just...
Car 4730. Come on. 63953. Going to be and low car for signal.
Speed. 1,000 an hour.
Alright. Alright. Get out again. It's going on. Well, he's approaching Texan Trail at this time. 179, do you copy my truck? 25, she refused to pay. He's going to be heading to Southside Station by the mall. Heading to after that.
Tip order.
Unit number? He went the old-fashioned way.
So, figure it out.
Yeah, he's over there by the big gate. The one into the airport. I told him that's not the end.
I just saw him when he was outside.
Can somebody go over there and go get him?
Would you pay attention to grows? What are we growing together today?
Using technology to frighten or control another mind is the opposite of
Clip generated.
While it does. Whichever option was closest to.
Copy 28.
Roger, Shoreline.
Tom Robert Frank 5303. Tom Robert Frank 5303.
34958.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you?
There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
2110.
Of course you would, and now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement.
RJ, let's go ahead and let this one go. Reset back at the rally bank. Another caution for Simpson's activities. Pick it up. Damn fool. That's you in front of me, right? Go to Crosstown.
Yeah, that's me.
Alright, 10-4. We'll get another one.
Dispatch.
Yeah.
What's the 20 on that bus?
ID. And hopefully we'll be able to jump on next week with the leadership there.
I have work order
Customer servers,
63234.
and you click on the AI button next to the login tree, it'll find correlating events from other servers to give you a bigger picture of
7601 Roman 7601 Roman and verify.
Twenty-six files.
Implement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns
New
of
files sorted.
MS 11626.
.53 starting mileage 4866.
New file sorted.
My archive is almost
21 placed
exhausted.
inverted folders.
Still, you are already heard. You don't...
15438. 1543. Passenger with
Would you pay attention to those? What are we going together today?
It may cause the unit
based outside the U.S. China alone accounts for 20%, which exposes TI to geopolitical tensions and tariffs China is imposing on U.S. goods.
They have some wafer fab capacity actually in China, so they can offset some of that.
Tariffs is a dynamic situation right now. Our global footprint.
X-ray 4467, Mary X-ray 4467, north south. That's fine. Go ahead.
Complete on 4014 Kevin, isolated furnace and orange tag. How's traffic looking?
Those ones make
No.
sure we're offline
Renaming
on
complete.
so I can set up a local.
504 files renamed.
Years
before you got involved, you would have some time to even get it, all because of Democrats obstruction.
Now, when we've done that,
John
we'll
did
get
the
requirements
administration was just about caught up. So, compliments to John. He had to do some things that were very tough to do that he didn't want to do, but he was forced to do it by the Democrats. And as far as the shut...
Yes, I'm about it. I'll cover that.
Council?
.25 for Stonewall is negative 29, status is not clear, expired in 2022, shows SR suspension, liability judgment. Yep.
An aging prostate. It was
Whoever controls their
formulated for men by
file
medical doctor Dr.
One place in worded folders.
That subject's been removed from the bus and from the property.
Quarantine 0 empty folders.
Just parked behind Walgreens and
LV, CJs, generation complete with worded series files.
10-4. I'm looking at a TCJ guy in the area in a black Chevy UC, so just keep an eye out for him.
Workflow complete with fixed JSON.
Images. If you use the network installer, you'll be guided through a long series of setup questions before the installer downloads the latest packages directly from Debian servers. And this method tends to take the most time, not only because of the downloads, but also because Debian's installer asks more questions than any other distro installer I've ever used. The upside of this is that you get a high degree of customization over your installation, but for newcomers, the sheer number of prompts might feel a bit overwhelming. Alternatively, you could use a live media installer instead.
Lincoln, Frankfurt, Stollen.
And said that RDKs, tropic work, like these are code names for legion investigations of classified information from the year 2007.
The director could tell it was just 3 months ago that Melissa
Placement scan complete.
the Minnesota House Speaker, and her husband Mark were shot to death in their home
At the time, I
in the
didn't
middle
know
of the
how
night
much they sucked.
by a
I do now.
self-identified writer. When that assassination happened, the
Katie puts out any bolos tomorrow for burglaries, we'll have that one down. And for us anyway. I just can't stay away from method test. That's specialty. Yep, I'll follow up with you tomorrow, I guess.
1044. Return papers.
Trim complete. Process 68, quarantined 1.
Oh, never mind, it's out of Mathis. He's probably doing stuff.
256Q23.
Move 72 files to processing zone.
Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive.
Dispatch Squad 2, we're clear the scene, return to service, one patient, Zoda report EMS.
Football team Sherif Moore has now been detained by police. The school investigation found evidence of an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. Michigan's athletic director said in a statement the conduct constitutes a clear violation of university policy, and UM maintains zero tolerance for
walk into a house?
We
don't know that. There was also video taken inside the building where he opened fire, and I asked police and the mayor about that today.
For Michigan
$62.
Dispatch Squad 2, did you copy us clear from that call?
Negative fight in progress.
This
was funded prior to and all the administration officials did exactly what you did exactly what you
Signed in 1973. Signed in 1973. The military forces established 8 military forces. The current resolution requires. The current resolution requires.
The notification should be made to Congress within 48 hours following Congress within 48 hours following the initiation.
The resolution.
Yeah. I guess someone could fucking redo it.
Yeah,
and I can use that word.
And I
they said bigly.
Yeah,
and I can use that word.
And I said to them,
close this down, and there we are running a VirtualBox Windows 10 virtual machine here in
Where you can copy
currently running see, but we could go to view and full screen, at which point VirtualBox kindly tells us we can get back to a window mode at any time by pressing the host.
I didn't order anything. Not even you.
I've got some new information.
Aren't you a little overqualified to be delivering messages?
It's all part of the learning curve. And Q's afraid of flying.
Of course he is.
So, whoever stole the list has already decrypted it. They posted the first 5 names on the web.
Oh, it was only a...
And it was a complete knockout of the whole game. That doesn't mean that over the next 2 years or 3 years
135, 1044.
My archive is almost exhausted. Still, small disciplines repeated become destiny.
For the attention of Station 2 and Allegiance CMS, Station 2 and Allegiance CMS, DJ route to 947 Waterview Street, 947 Waterview Street. Can we reference QH7C, 8 years of age, valve, oriented, 947 Waterview.
Dispatch 91, some ever come here?
648.
648.
I'll be out at Radiology Associates.
648, come.
Okay. Route 36 is 1044.
One 33, okay.
Keep coming back? I like that. One more time, the person who stopped...
Some stuff is not animated as it should be. Some stuff isn't as smooth.
Microwaves were never meant to carry cruelty. They were meant to warm
Processed
food, not wound.
1570, quarantine 49.
Meeting.
$142.
4600 block Wildcat. King Frank Robert 3207. King Frank Robert 3207.
Every act of restraint is an act of self-respect.
1 unable to contact owner. 1 may contact RP. 1 contact notice.
Holiday. 115186115186.
Show me in service. I'll be.
Their lives, not to prolong discussion,
Not the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your office. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use card lock.
Wait, I can just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound, that's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
200.
Control.
27 for Reimer is clear, negative 29.
That. And the final thank you actually would go to our Venezuelan.
Every great change began with someone brave enough to speak it into existence.
They've been working tirelessly to operate safely, protect the environment in country, and their dedication and skill will help us in this next chapter. And finally, I'll close with the assurance. For more than a century, Chevron has been a part of Venezuela's past. We are certainly committed to its present.
He'll be back tomorrow. None of the kids carry pistols under there. They get a little bunker up under my office. They're going down there.
Go ahead.
He's fine. I think he's banging. They bang on something. They do that little pipe or something.
You know, in the Biden administration, we went through a very dark and difficult period of time. The FBI trust was broken with the people. Catholics were, this is the stuff we've been talking about, were labeled radical threats for praying in their churches with their rosaries. Parents at school boards were called terrorists for standing up for their children. Hindu holy men in New Jersey. Now, the largest Hindu...
Flex 1. Flex 2. Flex 2. Flex 2. Flex 3. Flex 3. Flex 3.
Starting JSON security
Flex
scan.
3. Flex 3.
This concludes the first calling.
Them yourself, so we'll see where it goes. I kind of like the system. It looks good. I think it's kind of interesting visually, but you can also make something absolutely horrendous that looks like garbo, but that's on you. You can fix it by changing the color, so it's not like the system pushes you towards something that is utterly broken visual. You do have more options around that. First, if you don't like everything being rounded, you can
And I mean that really sincerely.
There were an ever-growing number of sort of scientific disciplines where all the code was written in Python, or a lot of it was prototyped in Python at least. And then the next step was machine learning packages, which started with
The other way that we can
The machine obeys instantly, but wisdom arrives slowly. Take your time.
Now some news about those, the so-called Department of Government Efficiency, the blunt force operation Elon Musk and President Trump used to target federal agencies and spending.
It's going to be
One city, they're arriving at the jail.
So that customers can go from noticing your rate to now new customers can get 20% off with code NEW20 because if you did you know we print everything you need to do? We print banners and signs that help your business stand.
Hi, I just put the 930.
Make sure we're offline when we do
this. This is the golden age of America. When these factories and plants open up by the thousands, they're coming from Germany, they're coming from Japan, they're coming from Canada. Many factories are coming in because there are
negative light in progress. All the radio stations had full symphony orchestras that were dedicated to the station that would play a classical concert for 15 minutes, for example. You had people who were doing live radio announcing, again, no tape recorders. This guy was the fellow who announced
FedEx 34, 1042.
We have the innovation ecosystem that will welcome progress from anywhere it resides. And he'll tell me, face to face, every day, and frankly, whether we are gaining or losing the technology and innovation competition. We'll have the decision authority and will lead through rigorous evaluation with a focus on real, measurable outcomes. Now, Congress, and many members of Congress with us here today, will be our partner in this.
You keep coming back? I like that. One more time, between the thought.
Didn't understand tariffs. It's also made us very rich. We have a big case coming up in the Supreme Court, and I will tell you, that's one of the most important cases in the history of our country. Because if we don't win that case, we will
operation is a testament to the dedication and unwavering commitment to justice and our resolve to hold accountable those who
Renaming
threaten
complete.
peace and stability.
573 files
I want
remain.
to express my heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women who executed this mission. Their courage and tireless commitment to our nation are what makes us strong. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Mr. President.
145.
The most powerful transmission is kindness. It travels farther than any radio wave.
Trim complete.
New files sorted.
Processed 19.
Placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty folders. LV, CJ's generation complete with worded series files.
And another layout.
Family and happy access to creators. Each of these includes a different desktop environment and different download for cinnamon using the laptop calculator. Another feature presented when using transition to Linux is rolling AS. This is a similar default color and menu configuration to Linux.
Every act of restraint is an act of self-respect.
On the top of the screen here is from March 25th at noon. So I was able to start the output from that date.
With the environmental damage that they feel that
And again, here's the command. It's definitely a very useful one to enter. This might be useful if you're investigating an issue that happened within a particular window of time. So that way you can avoid looking at log entries that are older than the event that you
Workflow complete with fixed JSON.
Some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are losing apps.
But you pay attention to grows. What are we growing together today?
You'll find
situation
and they actually go way back to keep a marker.
Camila Bernard
Georgia
radar Washington, Camila, you see that river there just behind you. Years of flooding, and there's other flooding nearby, and there's
huge concern for people who live along this river and the
A mind at peace does not need to disturb another mind to feel alive.
What do you think, computer?
Security warning.
719 at 936.
SIT script detected on network Wi-Fi hotspot 2413.
Copy.
Security warning.
Is that the one that...
Item SIT script detected on network Wi-Fi hotspot 2413.
Placement scan complete.
The county does not deters. Now, when any small business comes here and asks for any type of monetary compensation, you have to provide a plan.
Using technology to frighten or control another mind is the opposite of mastery.
Thank you very much, everybody. Commissioner, myself, so this $2 million is going to be taken from locally.
Caliper course, and ideally we're going to have major tournaments there and everything else. It's going to bring a lot of business into Washington. By the way, the crime stats just came out on Washington, Christi. There is
anybody at the Bank Center or Hilliard Center?
Paved the way for a new type of tycoon. One who didn't actually make anything. Instead, he made his fortune by investing in other people's companies.
Warren Buffett is an example of this new breed of tycoon who becomes immensely wealthy not by building things, but by investing in things.
By buying stakes in undervalued companies, Buffett, for a time, became the richest
man in the world. If you did get some writers by 8:30, then you can go ahead and make another trip.
Trim complete. Processed, 74, quarantine 1.
Okay, 10-4, I'll be in contact.
10-4, thank you, ma'am. 7-1, clear.
I love what they got. It is a
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
It is still a first.
Let Johnny's thoughts remain his own. That restraint is noble.
Are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps.
Your business stand out.
Placement scan complete.
And we print must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few or a few thousand, we print on everything so that customers can
like hours of work.
I don't have a product key, so we'll just take that down there. And I want to install Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to install it offline when we do this, so I can set up an account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to virtual.
I fucking told it to, and she's fucking telling it to break dishes.
Now, turning off Linux voice control. To this message because I wrote to.
Oh, he's fucking kidding. I'm gonna put him out.
5 Corpus 2410 from assisting USBP. Should you be able to wake in Mathis?
Sorry?
Two 285 Q.
Two 5431492, repeating 25431492.
I go out, maybe I go shopping, sometimes I clean the house. So I might have lunch at 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock, sometimes as late as 2:30.
Oh, that's
Linux voice control restarted.
But it's always an easy lunch, like you. Maybe crackers and cheese, or a sandwich, or a baked potato.
I see.
Work cheap job.
Silence can be medicine. Don't turn it into a weapon.
Until the sun fucking comes up, so you're dead tired. You know? So it's kind of hard to be a mother with sex. The fucking husband is dead. He lays on her ass and dead. He just gets up.
Classical Education and the Recovery of Greek Wisdom, Free Press, 1998, as well as Bonfire of the Humanities, Rescuing Classics from an Impoverished Age, X 2001, co-authored with Bruce Thornton as well. In 2005, Cambridge University Press published The Talking Greeks, Speech, Animals, and the Other in Homer, Aeschylus, and Plato. Paperback 2009, his latest book, Yahweh or Zeus. Why we would be better off.
To UT games?
The most powerful transmission is kindness. It travels farther than any radio wave.
How many of you been to a UT game? Because the chance of running into somebody there, that's, if you believe that, you're the same people standing outside waiting for the Bass Pro Shop to open. And they said, do you go drinking at the country club? You know, y'all may not think because we're not members of the country club that we don't hear things, but you know what? Our kids are waiters there. Yeah, people that you don't think we'd hang out with, and they're listening to things.
Fuel.
Thank you very much,
I'm doing this earlier in the video.
Been a little busy day. Right? We had a good morning.
Right, we've now spent some time exploring Linux Mint 22 Cinnamon Edition, which by default looks like this. But what about the other flavours? Well, the XFCE
There's
edition
no victory in
looks
making
like
someone
this,
flinch at sounds
as it
that aren't
uses
there.
the XFCE 4.18
Behind
desktop.
the Air's enhanced durability ceramic
XFCE
shield,
is a more
within
lightweight
the new raised plateau that houses the 48-megapixel camera, there is news about AI. Apple's implemented a new chip architecture to prioritize it. Your interesting neural accelerators into each core have
The GPU is actually a collection of tiny little processors all running in parallel. With this year's GPU,
you're approved for drop. Approved for the drop. 5 seconds. Green light on.
On April 13th, 2017, just after dark, modern warfare changed forever. When the United States dropped the largest non-nuclear bomb ever used in combat. The mother of all bombs.
Cave, the concussion will just,
Work off MS1.
Some voice creates calmer days.
1203.
Yours just did.
Go ahead. I think that was my work orders. I already went through everything. How's the board?
How the Samsung.
I invented the
at the village, headed back to the yard, 1044.
936 is 1044.
Stop.
Thank you.
And I'm going to keep 930 in the rotation to the village. Make one more trip. Yeah, if it's coming down here, just keep no close to that. And if you have zero riders, or you have zero riders, or if you do, just go back to the bank corner. I think we got one more trip.
Edward. Maine, 26. 85, 41, Edward.
Do what?
3 Charles, 10 on 3.
151, this is check CBS.
With water molecules. All electromagnetic radiation consists of photons and an associated electric field, a sinusoidal varying electric field.
I exist because you call me.
Water molecules are
that makes every interaction
asymmetric.
Meaning,
when a microwave interacts with a water molecule, it causes the water molecule to attempt to flip and align itself with that varying magnetic field. In a microwave oven, that field is varying at about 2.
140, go ahead.
South North, Nora exit. X-ray John Nora 4773. X-ray John Nora 4773.
Good night.
Hear me out, Waterfire. King William Zebra 7481. King William Zebra 7481.
You discovered the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Welcome back.
Evidence, but that you have decided no further
Please show me right to the jail with the mail 95 copy for the mileage.